Call the meeting to order. In accordance with South Carolina Freedom of Information Act, Section 30-4-80E, South Carolina Code 1987 as amended, all the media in the immediate area have been notified of the date, time, location, and agenda of the meeting. We'll start out with our prayer with Mr. Govan, followed by pledge by Mr. Reed.
Let's bow our heads. Father, this is again, God, that we ask your continuous guidance. We ask, God, that you will allow us to conduct this meeting that will be used to the best interest of our children, our citizens, and mostly, God, to you. We ask, God, that you will continue to bless and keep your hands on our children as they go through their everyday activities in the school. We ask, God, that the family of the victim that was killed during our most recent incident, God, that you will continue to help that family to go through the grieving process. We ask, God, that you will continue to guide us as we try to do the best that we can to provide the best educational opportunities for the children of Darlington County. This we ask in your name. Amen.
Amen.
To the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Can I get a motion to approve the agenda? Can I get a second? All in favor? My motion carries. Seems that we have a couple people signed up for our citizens' comments, and just let me read this for that. The first 30 minutes of the monthly meeting will be set aside for 3-minute input sessions for citizen participation. Participation will be approved on a first-come, first-out basis as reported on the log, which is provided. Public input should be in the form of suggestions, information, of comments pertaining to programs, schools, or the school district. Based on our There we go. Sorry. Based on legal advice of our counsel, comments should be made neither complimentary or critical, naming any student, school employee, administrator, or board member, as these matters are personnel matters that require an executive session. Speakers' comments will be received as board information only. It looks like the first one on our list here we have Nicole Gibson. Come on up, Ms. Gibson.
Good evening. Good evening. My name is Nicole Gibson with the Voices of Darlington. We are a empowered group of women that are here to make a difference, our voices heard in the communities with an effort to promote cultural, educational, religious, and civic activities in the city of Darlington. Questions that we want to pose are just observation. My first question is that what are the security or surveillance cameras in place at all schools in Darlington County School District? My second question is, what safety measures or protocols are in place at all schools in Darlington County School District? My third question is, are all the schools in Darlington have a school resource officer housed at every school, especially the schools are in highly populated residential areas? My last question is, what can we, the Voices of Darlington, do to help ensure the safety of all students and community and everybody else involved? We're here to help and to serve, and that's the reason why we're here today. And thank you for your time for allowing me to speak. Thank you.
Then we have Mr. Brian Lee.
Good evening.
Good evening.
Good evening.
Good evening. I'm Brian Lee, and just wanted to speak for a minute to the board. Wanted to make a few suggestions or make a few comments about some things. I'm retired law enforcement, 28 years. Worked 13 years with the Darlington Sheriff's Office and 15 years with the South Carolina Highway Patrol. I had a lot of interaction within the schools. I had a lot of times that I could go and visit with the schools. I just wanted to let the board know that I encourage you to continue to support law enforcement. Please allow law enforcement to be more involved with the schools. Please encourage them to show up at the schools, to eat with the children, to eat with the kids, the students, interact with the students. Try to have more officers at the football games. Try to make the football games a little bit safer. My daughter's a cheerleader, and of course I went to every single ball game. I was at the Hartsville-Darlington ball game when the debacle broke out. And so I'm not putting any blame on anybody, but I just want the board just to understand how important it is to make sure that law enforcement feels like that you support them, and make sure that you feel like that you give them your part. My last comment is, you made a comment about not mentioning someone's name, but there was an administrator in the Hartsville school, and I'm very proud of him, because the last 2 ball games that we went to, he was up in the stands and he was talking to the students, pulling some of the students out of the stands, some that had book bags, some that were not supposed to be up there. So I'm proud of this administrator. I'm proud that he was helping law enforcement. He was standing beside them, and thank you for allowing me to speak tonight.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Lee. And finally, we have Miss Angela McRaven. Did I pronounce that correctly?
Yes, good evening. I am Angela McRaven, and the most recently elected Darlington City Council member. And I am before you this evening just for the simple fact of our safety in our school, as I was out canvassing our neighborhoods and talking to individuals. As of October 10th, after the incident, no one was really, parents, grandparents, their focus changed on their concerns, and they were extremely concerned about the safety of their children and of their grandchildren. There were teachers who were also concerned about their safety and feeling they are not being protected as well as they should be or could be. Parents need assistance with how to deal with their children when they come home after having experienced something this traumatic. It has heightened our children's anxiety and mental issues, and it's something that needs to be addressed just beyond saying that there's a counselor at school. Parents need, if it's nothing more than some tips and information that can be sent to them via email, but I think that it would be helpful to have something such as an open forum and allow parents and students to come together and express their concerns and talk to you about how they feel things could be handled and what they need to see. They all need to be reassured that their children will be safe once they're left in the hands of Darlington County School District. They need that assurance, and many of them don't feel that they have it right now. So I just come to you on behalf of the many citizens that I've spoken with and wanting to express their voice and let you know how they are feeling about the situation, and ask that we do all that we can to keep our children safe, whether it's heightening measures. It's nice that they have fencing, but the fencing's open. So I just ask that we address and take a look at what can be done. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. McRaven. All right. Moving on to adult education admissions. Can I get a motion to approve?
Madam Chair, I make a motion we approve.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Anybody opposed? Our next items are our minutes from our October the 9th regular board meeting and our October 23rd board work session. If you want to take those together, we get a motion to approve.
Madam Chair, I move that we accept the minutes of the October 9th and October 23rd meeting.
Can I get a second?
I'll second.
Okay, all in favor? Anybody opposed? All right, motion carries. And that moves us along to our honors, awards, and recognitions. Dr. Newman, I'm going to turn this part over to you.
Okay. Well, it looks like Mrs. King, we are going to have a great discussion about our SC Rating Perfect scores, and acknowledge and celebrate our student chief.
Good evening. This evening, we are definitely excited about announcing to you students that have a perfect score on our SC Ready assessment, which is our state standardized test. Tonight, we have 15 students that we would like to recognize for this perfect score. 12 of them are in the area of math and 3 in the area of science. Students, when I call your names, if you would please come forward for your recognition. Parents, if you are here, we'd like for you to stand because this is your honor as well. And we're going to also ask the principal to please come forward.
I'm going to take a picture by school within each subsection.
What she said is she's going to take pictures by school. So if you have more than one person in your school, please stay up here until all the people in your school are up here, and then we'll take one picture for all schools, for one school at a time. All right, in the area of math, we'll start out with our first student from Brockington Elementary School, where Miss Ada Sindab is principal. Student is Benjamin Personette. If you go over there, you get a trophy.
Come on through.
All right, okay, there you go.
We're gonna have you come right over here.
Come right in.
Good job.
We're gonna take a picture with you.
Yep.
There you go.
One more. I have to do this.
Parents, if you want a picture.
And if the parents want it too, we
Come on
want
up here.
If you need to get a little closer, come on up. Everybody's gonna hold you back.
All right, we'll stay here for a minute. All right.
Thank you very much.
All right. One more? You want one more?
One more? You're talking
For the
fan here, come
newspaper,
on.
right? All right.
Thank you.
All right, great job.
All right, congratulations.
Might be a little while.
Yeah. Our next recipient is Cadence Hopkins of Carolina Elementary School, where principal is Ms. Catherine Abbott.
There's more from Carolina, right?
Oh, okay.
Oh, I'm sorry. I apologize.
Everybody good? Everybody good? Yes, sir.
Congratulations.
Congratulations.
Our next students are from Darlington Middle School. Our student is Talea Jackson, Marley Parker, and Tyler Watkins. Principal, Ms. Victoria Cooper.
I think they're at an academic challenge.
Okay, that's a good place to be.
That's a good place to be.
Yes,
We'll let
she
you
said
take
they're an
your trophies
academic
with you.
challenge team, and so they're competition. All right, the next school that we're going to recognize is Hartsville Middle School, where Anna Alexander, Levi Mathis, and Joseph White would please, if you would please come forward, Principal Dr. Katrina James.
Sorry.
Oh, no, man, not bored.
Yeah.
Thank you, every time.
How are you? Congratulations.
All right, y'all gonna have to scoot in tight.
We're gonna scoot in.
Scoot in. There we go. Wait, one more. For me. Parents?
Everybody good?
Everybody good?
Okay, all right.
Thank you. Our
And
next
Audrey, you'll
student,
have all these on the
Yes,
website.
ma'am.
All these, yes, ma'am.
our next student is from Lamar Spalding Elementary School, Jude Perry, where Dr. Christy Austin is principal. Okay, so Dr. Austin is not here tonight.
How are you? Good, it's good to see you. We're gonna take care of it.
All right.
We heard you're gonna be here.
Thank you.
Good, all right.
Our next school is North Hartsville Elementary School. We have two students, William Gibson and Aviana Ross, where principal is Carla Watford.
Shake my hand. Okay. Looks like we've been shaking a lot of hands in the picture. Making scores.
Good. Hey, how are you? Good. Great job. Congratulations.
And our last school in the area of math, Spalding Middle School. Our student is Peyton Mendiola. Principal is Nicole Jones.
Thank you, Ms. Jones. We'll come by and take a picture.
All right, we have three students in the area of science. Our first school that will be represented is Darlington Middle School. Alicia Brown is our student, and principal is Ms. Victoria Cooper.
Well, we made it up.
Congratulations. Look this way.
One more me.
Yeah. Okay, there we
Get it
go.
done?
Great job.
Did you get your picture?
All right, our next school is J.L. Kane Elementary School. Student Lowell Tinker. I'm sorry, Tinker. Okay, excuse me. Where principal is Dr. Stephanie Bridges.
Hey, Lowell. How are you? Good, congratulations. We're gonna set you in between us.
All right.
Get some pictures.
One more. One more.
Paparazzi, what can you say? There we go.
Good job. Congratulations.
All right, and our final student in the area of science is from North Hartsville Elementary School. Student is Joseph Kelly, where our principal is Ms. Carla Watford.
Hey, Joseph. How are you? Good. Congratulations.
All right, that concludes our academic students in the area of SC Ready. Please give our students another round of applause. So we're going to make a little deviation in our agenda and move to the next set of academic awards. The next set of academic awards is in reference to our South Carolina State Fair Art Competition. We had a student that placed first place in this competition from Mayo High School for Math, Science, and Technology. This student won first place again in the division of 3D art. Our student is Casey McCumber, and our principal is Ms. Stephanie Leonard. We'd still like to congratulate her, and we thank you at this time for acknowledging our academic awards. Students and parents, we're very proud of you all. All right, so we had another little change. I didn't know that I was gonna do the athletic awards too. All right, so at this time, we're gonna recognize students with the North-South All-Star Football Team. 2 students at Hartsville High School were chosen to play in the 2023 Touchstone Energy North-South All-Star football team, or game, excuse me. And we have those 2 students, Carmelo McDaniel and McKendry Douglas from Hartsville High. And so the coaches are also here. Would you please come forward?
Yes, sir. Thank
All right, y'all turn sideways and scoot in. All right, close enough. One more.
Parents, are they good?
Congratulations. Okay, and so now we had Shrine Bowl participants. We also had a student from Hartsville High School, Slayton Stokes. He chose to participate in the 2023 Shrine Bowl of the Carolinas.
Heading this way?
Wait. My turn. Wait. There's just so many pictures. This is what paparazzi are like. Ready? There you go. Thank you.
Thank you, and that does conclude the section where we recognize students for their honors, and we'd like to say we're very proud of our students. Parents, we're very grateful for you and for all of our support. Thank you.
We'll take just a couple seconds for everybody to be able to, those of y'all that would like to leave now, we'll take a few seconds to allow board members have to stay.
Calabrese over said you didn't pay over 180 pounds of wine. I don't know what they're looking
like we're about cleared out, and we'll move on with the rest of the meeting. Our next regular board meeting will be December the 11th here in the board training room at 6 p.m. And we will not have a work session in November. And that moves us on to our 2023-2024 strategic plan focus areas update from Dr. Newman.
Chair Hassler, members of the board, and members of our audience.
Each month we want to keep a focus on, first of all, our mission statement for the district,
Which is to educate, empower, and prepare all for an ever-changing world. And also on our strategic plan focus areas, which are student success, staff excellence, community engagement, and efficient and effective use of resources. And so I always like to highlight what some of our schools are doing during this time each month. And so on student success, for example, at our Darlington County Institute of Technology, they invited all high school counselors and career specialists to come meet with the admin and tour the building in order to focus our efforts more on recruiting and retaining the best fits for our program at the Career Technology Center. Again, having a chance for all of our high school counselors to come by and learn more about the programs. Darlington Middle School has a new program that's geared towards the gifted and talented students. It's called the Gifted Position for Success. They're spending 8 Saturday workshops focusing on extending students' skills beyond the standards. Also, we have Southside Elementary Early Childhood Center, which is using Dreambox and Reading Eggs Challenge to get the class with the highest percentage of lessons complete for an opportunity to win the trophies that they have available. So again,
A little bit of competition. Spalding Middle School recognizes students for not missing any work or any discipline referrals, and recognized our honor roll and perfect attendance students as well. St. John's Elementary, their Orange Legacy. October was Orange Legacy. Our challenge for Orange Frog was Orange Legacy, and they had their students write a paper about what do I want people to think of or remember when they hear my name. And then as far as for staff excellence, we had several of our schools. J.L. Kane Elementary had their SC Ready teacher recognitions. They also have a small way to recognize movement up with the South Carolina report card, but also taking the time to communicate this year's goals, strategies, and plans to continue moving forward and upward. North Hartsville Elementary, 5th grade had a trip. 5th graders went to DCIT and were treated to a tour of the center where they experienced all of the classes and career opportunities. Again, glad that we're able to get some of our elementary students there. Pate Elementary recognized their custodians and coaches, were honored for their hard work with gift cards and gifts to show appreciation for all they do. Again, we had St. John's that had teachers participating in Trailblazers, presented the staff strategies and techniques. I know that the Trailblazers were in this past week doing coding and taking back those coding strategies to their schools. As far as community engagement, Adult Education Center participates with the Darlington County Coordinating Council and work with our partners to support and promote their initiatives. And so, again, involved in the community. Carolina Elementary School has their Lunch Bunch program in full swing, where parents, grandparents, community, and volunteers have lunch each week with a small group of students, in which time they read a book and fellowship with one another. Students love this time with their assigned adult and their Lunch Bunch group. We also have Rosenwall Elementary School, which had the Chief of Police sponsors an art club for 5th graders, and eligible students will submit their artwork for the Lions Club poster contest in November. We also have Thornwell School for the Arts. They have police, fire, and EMS departments brought trucks to the Fall Festival, and the Sheriff's Department cooked hot dogs for the families during the Fall Festival, and the men's Coker soccer team actually volunteered as well, helping out at school for the community engagement. And then as far as efficient and effective use of resources, Lamar Spalding they're using their Title I resources for parent activities, and also to utilize part-time assistants as small group interventionists, which they say is highly successful and truly helping providing interventions and acceleration for their students. And then also at Southside, they're using their Title I funds to purchase books that they passed out to each student during Trunk or Treat this past month. And from a district standpoint, as far as resources, safety and security is always at the forefront, and obviously after the tragic episode that we experienced with our student on our school campus, that actually is a time to reflect and also reassess what we're doing. And so from the day that that happened, we have been meeting with our schools, with our principals, with our teachers, and getting feedback on how we can continue to improve safety and security in our buildings. If you all will remember, a couple years ago, we actually started this process with a national firm that came in and did a safety audit for the school district, gave us recommendations for all of our buildings, and we have been implementing those initiatives, whether it be cameras, whether it be card access, whether it be security fencing, training for drills that we have, law enforcement, additional law enforcement and additional security that we've added at the schools themselves. But particularly after October the 10th, we're going back and addressing additional needs for cameras in any of the schools that we have found areas that we still need to put more cameras in, as well as the fencing. And as one of our speakers had mentioned earlier, fencing's only as good as when it's closed. And so those are topics that have come up a lot over the past few weeks, is that, and I will say this, a lot went right on that day. Our employees and our students handled the situation about as best as you could hope for. And we have drilled and drilled and drilled, and the drill process actually worked that day. We have a program called Raptor, which is a silent alert program on cell phones that was initiated immediately. But also just kudos to the adults that were outside with students at Mayo that day and were able to get all the students inside. Our law enforcement and their response was incredible. Within 2 to 3 minutes they were on site, and they were in mass, and there were more on the way if there needed to be. So we definitely appreciate their response to everything. It doesn't take away the tragedy at all, and we're left with that. But what it gives us the opportunity is to get better and to continue to improve, as our speakers have offered suggestions and hope for us. And so we'll continue to do that, and we will continue to talk with our community members and our parents and our staff and our students. They're a big part of this voice. We actually held a summit, a safety and security summit this past May, where we invited all of our community members and parents and students, and had a great turnout with about 40 to 50 of our students that talked about what their fears are and what they experienced. I wish we had more adults there to hear it, actually, because our kids really kind of tell you how it is. And with that said, also, there's also another function tomorrow night at Coker University that's being sponsored. It is law enforcement, our police chiefs, our Sheriff Hudson, as well as Senator Malloy, and that will be tomorrow night at 7 o'clock in Hartsville at Coker University. So again, as far as resources and effective use of them, top priority has to be safety and security. But that is our strategic plan goals area update.
Thank you, Dr. Newman. Any questions concerning that? Anyone? All right, that we have our budget reports and our quarterly reports. Any questions about those? All right, and that moves us to our turf field update. Dr. Newman, you want to lead us into that?
Chair Hessler, members of the board, members of our audience.
We have been having discussions about the turf fields in the Darlington County School District. This is something that has been taking place for athletic fields across the state, but really across the country. But we've really started to see the impact in the PD area. I think it would be safe to say that most of our 4A schools in the area have turf fields. Most of our 3A schools in the area have turf fields, and several districts, all of their 1A, 2A, 3A, and 4A teams have turf fields, so it's become very prevalent. And so the board originally inquired about turf fields. We had a work session this past summer, and the topic came up, and we took a look at our capital plans and our budgets and saw that we had some capacity to explore the turf fields. And so, again, reasons for exploring the turf fields are that a lot of teams around us, that's the surfaces that they're playing on. There's a low maintenance, and I want to make sure that I say low maintenance and not no maintenance, because that's a big misnomer that's out there, that people think if you have a synthetic turf field that you don't have to do anything with it, and actually you do. You have to water a synthetic turf field. A lot of people don't understand that. You don't have to water it as much as a grass field, but you do have to water it. That's the way you keep it cool. And then also, these turf fields are typically warranted for 10 years for use. And so we initiated the bid process back in July, after getting a chance to take a look at the specs for the fields that we have. That bid went out, and really after evaluating the responses that we received and the actual costs that were associated with it, we felt it best to cancel the bid, because we did not feel like financially it was in the space that we wanted it to be. But also after doing lots of research on fields and talking with other school districts, we wanted to make sure if whatever product we wound up procuring, that it was number one, the right product for safety purposes, but quality purposes for our football coaches and our football teams, and anybody else that would be using those fields. That the quality was there, but then also we want to make sure that we have a healthy procurement process that allows for bidding to get the best pricing we can get. And so, based on that, we felt like we wanted to step back, and again, after talking with folks about this process, we've learned a lot. I've learned a whole lot about the different levels of turf that's out there and what's available. We've talked to a lot of people that put turf down, and we've heard good and we've heard bad, and we've heard a little bit of in between. And so we want to make sure that how we move forward, that it's the quality product and a safe product for our students. So we have several options on this process moving forward. The first one is to rewrite the specs for it to be more general for the desired outcome that we're looking for: quality, safety, and cost. And this would allow more people to bid systems. And so I say systems because when you talk turf fields, they're actually, people have systems that they sell. And so there's the padding that's involved, there's the actual grass material that's involved, there's interfill that is involved, but typically you talk about systems. And then also, another opportunity that we have is several districts have used their CM at risk general contractors to actually procure the fields and install the fields. And so after speaking with a couple other superintendents and a couple other districts about this, we have recently secured a general contractor through CM at risk who is going to be doing several projects in the district. So I've started those conversations with them as well to see the potential that could be there. Again, at the forefront, being able to get some competition as far as pricing goes, but even more importantly, locking down the quality and the safety piece as well. So another item that came up during the process during the bid process is that there was a question about, do all of our high schools want synthetic turf football fields? And so, reaching out to each school, reaching out to each head coach, athletic director, principals, I had conversations, Mr. Schuler had conversations, And so how that question gets answered is everybody wants turf fields if they meet the criteria for their particular school. And so, for example, Lamar High School, their field actually, they have a baseball field and a football field combination. They do not have a baseball stadium. And so if you're going to turf their football field, you really don't have any choice but to turf their baseball field as well. So that's a combination that you can't really separate, that has to be done there. When we talk about Hartsville, Coach Calabrese, again, voiced his preference for having, the money to be able to maintain a grass field if at all possible. But more importantly, what turf represented to Hartsville was their football stadium is not in walking distance to practice at like Lamar and Darlington is. And so not having that easy access, otherwise you want to practice on the surface that you're playing on. So practicing on grass doesn't make sense if Friday night you go to a turf field. And so, again, very valid reasoning for being concerned about that. But the good thing is that in those conversations, for Hartsville specifically, you could potentially combine some soccer use with the football practice field. And so therefore, you kind of get the best of both worlds from that situation in dual use. And so, and then with Darlington, with Coach Johnson, again, the conversation with him, Coach says, I'm tired of putting fertilizer down. I'm tired of cutting grass. So, and we want we want what's best for our kids. And I think that's the biggest thing that I got from each one of our coaches is, we want what's best for our kids. One of the districts, Horry County, actually put out a promotional video for their fields that had players and coaches talking about what the fields meant to them. And it was pretty amazing to hear the kids and how excited they were about having the ability to play on a surface that they see on TV. And that makes them feel special about that. So, again, I think we've gotten all the information in. I wanted to make sure the board was updated on what our plan is moving forward. I do believe from a pricing standpoint, we can have a better opportunity at this by opening the specs up and getting systems, but also by potentially using our CM at risk general contractor that we can make sure and get the quality that we're looking for. And I think no matter what, that we need our coaches and our ADs and our principals involved in this process as we move forward as well.
Thank you. And I think we asked our ADs to come tonight, so if board members have any questions, we can direct them. Our ADs are here to answer any questions that they have. Charles.
My question is not necessarily to the ADs or the coaches, it's more to Dr. Newman. We talked at first about a timeline and starting this process as soon as football season was over. So going back out to the drawing board, so to speak, where does that put us in terms of time?
Yep. So I had the same thoughts that you have now when this first came up. We were trying to do this early so we could plan on what to do right after football season. What I have found out about the turf installation is that typically it's 4 to 6 weeks to put down a field. Once everything is on site and available, it takes about 4 to 6 weeks to install a turf field. And so it's a lot quicker installation than I expected. I'm thinking 6 months, but every superintendent that I've spoken to and operations person that was involved with the turf field installation, they say it's typically between 4 and 6 weeks to install. And again, depending the way we go, for example, if we go CM at risk with our general contractor, there's a much shortened period of getting contractors to bid on product versus going through the procurement process that we would normally do in a straight bid that we did. So again, there's opportunity to catch up time,
And I think, the biggest thing is that most of our schools too, for example, Darlington plays soccer on their football field, so does Hartsville. And baseball is being played on the Lamar field. So really, all three of those schools, we would not be able to start until spring sports was over. But again, that would be written into the contract and the specs for the timeline for it to be finished.
Warren?
I get questions about the safety of the fields. Y'all comment on that, with y'all's expertise on that, or concerns?
Yeah. Coach Boone, we'll start with you.
Okay, I don't know if I should come up here or not, but as far as safety, I mean, that is a growing concern at the NFL level for sure. And with that, that's why we, with the criteria, are asking for the padding and then a certain woven turf. What that does is it makes the increase of danger minimal because that padding gives it extra padding where you're not just hitting straight on rock and concrete that would be underneath. That padding does it for, and that's towards concussions. I think the infill is important to know too. So that infill that goes in the grass has a certain level of bounce to it, and they rate that bounce. If you talk with the companies, there's a certain rating and percentage to the bounce. When you kind of go with a certain version of infill, that bounce is going to increase and be higher than other types of infill. So kind of when you're in those conversations with the companies, that can deter that, and that bounce is where you're talking about your ACLs and certain injuries in that word. So so that's kind of when we're talking about what's going to go into it. If we just say, well, just give us the baseline of everything, the danger increases. But when we do look into things that have been researched and going into it, then yes, there are ways to make that minimal, but there's still going to be the risk of some injury. That's the nature of it as well. And then, with that too, when you're playing at the higher levels, the speed and the strength is increased at those levels too, based on what we do on an everyday basis.
The nature of football is violent anyway.
It is violent, and you're going to have injuries. I mean, we see injuries even now, all the time. But an important part of that criteria is what exactly you put, how you're designing the field to do the best we can. Even if it costs a little bit more, we want to do the best we can to be as safe as possible for our kids, to not really increase that that chance of those injuries that we're kind of hearing the NFLPA talk about and what's happening at that level.
When we do this, I want to make sure we do a field that not the cheapest one around, because I've heard some horror stories on some.
Right,
We have two.
And I will say
We
there,
have two.
like, discussing when we were, researching into this, because this isn't something we've taken lightly on making that decision either. There is a rating, and these companies are required to have the rating based on what you're asking out of the field. And it's a certain percentage that you can look for. And those numbers were on some paperwork we had. I don't have it with me as far as what percentage is, the most. But that does play a significant factor in the type of field that you're going to purchase to what those injuries ratings can be. So.
All right.
Jim?
So what I am hearing, and I've heard a lot, that all the schools are in favor of turf, provided it is the turf that you're specifying. Okay? Then what about those schools, or that school that doesn't have the ability to practice on what they'll be playing on Friday? I know you had mentioned, is that going to be calculated in this where you're providing for that, correct?
Yes.
And from a funding standpoint, just asking the district this, and y'all can listen as well about what you prefer, if you could redo all fields, practice fields, ball fields, baseball fields, soccer, football, all fields for $800, let's just hypothetically say, and it costs you 1.2 to do that. There's no way we can do it with these capital funds. We then have $400,000 difference that you could use for maintaining over the next 15 years, 20 years for those same funds. I guess one question is to you, can we do that? But you're saying we can't because of the pool of money that's coming from. I guess I would have asked first from these guys, if that were the case, would you prefer to have regular turf or artificial turf? If you understand what I'm saying. redoing all your fields completely redoing your fields, sod, irrigation, allocating for fertilizer, et cetera, and the funding for that. Turf is still the way you want to go with the proper turf. Because I asked that because there's
And again, I think the key, come on up, Coach Calabrese, but the key is the funding of
and
maintaining.
that's why I throw it back to the
Yeah,
district. The way we
because-
fund, we can capital, yes,
Right.
that's what the funds are allocated.
Right.
But for operating, we can't sit that aside, put it towards capital, but put it over here
Correct.
for operating.
That's where your issue is that it would have to come out of the general fund. And the district would have to fund all of the maintenance of all of those fields through the general fund.
And you couldn't allocate it to the school from a capital perspective and they use it for,
Unfortunately not from a procurement standpoint.
but
Yep.
back to the preference.
Yep, Coach?
Well, I think it's not feasible for the preference, because the preference is to make our grass fields top-notch. And you're talking about, I think we spend $30,000 a year right now, and they're not top-notch. So when you're talking about the ability to do it at a top-notch level, it's not feasible. The money is not there from a year-to-year basis. So I think what we're talking about is a surface that at least we know what it is. And if we bid it out right and we get the best possible, I think it's maintained over the years. And so it's a similar surface every day, as opposed to, a practice field that has holes in it. We talk about safety. We're not talking about plush grass fields today. So I think that's why the decision was made to support this in the synthetic
Okay,
area.
and then so our budgets would allocate for a maintenance for these as well. And again, that's not capital, that's operating, because I can assure you, you're talking about this turf with the foam. You tell me between the 40s where it's worn out that you're not going to have in year 3 to 5 it starts doing this. What do we do?
It's warranted. So there's a 10-year warranty they have to.
Okay, I'm just saying, I see
Yes.
this happening and that concerns me with that.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's a maintenance program that you do that they kind of brush the surface to keep it as tall as possible and things like that. So there are some.
I've talked to a lot of coaches, a lot of the athletic directors,
Yep.
and I don't have a dog in the fight. I just want what they want.
Right.
Okay,
Well, and I think in the NFL, you're talking about their grass fields are immaculate. They spend so much money maintaining it. The problem what you're seeing with school districts is the ability to maintain those grass surfaces, and you just can't do it. So that's why the synthetic has become an option, a very viable option, especially if the specs are written correctly.
Is the high school league coming out with are we getting any guidance from the high school league as it relates to these
No.
fields?
There's not much guidance.
Precise?
Yeah, there's not much of anything from the high school league right now.
Oh.
Thank you, Coach.
Okay, that was helpful.
Coach Johnson, is there anything that you would like to add? Are we good?
Coach already touched on it. I mean, we're more than welcome to walk to our dirt hole over there, but it's literally nothing but dirt. So when we're talking about, we want what's best for our student athletes. And right now we're playing on dirt and it's not safe at all. So this is way safer than what we've been playing on. And we're talking about fertilizer and stuff. I got the job, I started January 24th. I bought fertilizer myself just because our kids deserve better. So when we're talking about, actually doing it right, I think this is the way to go. So.
Thank you, Coach.
Anybody else have any questions? All right, we do not have to have an approval of that, but we will have to approve whatever contract that comes with that. So, that's with that. All right, let's move on to our policy items. We've got a long list of second reads, and then we have 3 first reads. Our A through K is for second reading. All of those policies that are listed, A through K, are for second read, and then L, M, and N are for first read. Can we let's break these up. Let's break them up. Let's do.
I'd make a motion that we accept A through K for second reading.
Okay. Second.
Madam Chair, I'll second that.
Okay. All in favor? Any discussion about any of those policies? All right, let's go. All right, and that brings us through L through N, which is for first read. This is Gavin's Law and our epinephrine injectors. Do we have Do you want to speak on it?
Do we need to vote on the second reading ones?
We did.
Okay, good.
We did vote on the second reading.
Okay, I'm sorry.
Yeah, we did. Okay. Didn't we?
No,
All
I
right.
don't think we did.
All right, let's vote. All in favor? A through K. Any opposed? That moves us to L, M, and N for first read.
Madam Chair, I move that we L through M for first reading.
I'll second.
Any discussion on this? All in favor?
Aye.
Anybody opposed? All right, and that's it. And that brings us up to our superintendent update, Dr. Newman.
Madam Chair, members of the board and of our audience. Speaking of the high school league, there has been a lot in the media about the competitive balance issue that is out there. And Chair Hessler, I believe you brought this up a couple of meetings ago as far as what's going on at the state level. And school districts and high schools themselves, we're trying to address this, but if we don't address it, I think the legislators are going to get involved with this. But right now, there are several different recommendations on the table for competitive balance, and most of them involve a multiplier where, for example, a charter school in a particular area, part of the multiplier would be how many students attend that school that aren't in district, whatever that district would be close to them, right? So how many students are attending that school from out of district? How many students attend the school in general? A multiplier of ×2 or ×3 to move them up levels. So there's about 3 or 4 different recommendations that are out there. But I'm not sure that we've made any decisions on that. And so I think what concerns me is that if we don't get something taken care of in-house, that again, it could pass along to the legislators, and that there's no telling where we're going to go with that. So, I mean, typically you have to follow the money in that situation. So, there's been a lot that has been going on. There have been a lot of meetings. The High School League has formed a committee that's out there. Ironically, realignment's all of a sudden coming up as well. And our coaches and ADs know this, that we're being asked to address realignment, which has to do with enrollment and size of schools and competition. But at the same time, there's this competitive balance situation that we're dealing with. And superintendents at our meeting this past month, the superintendent said, get the competitive balance piece taken care of first before you can talk about realignment, because it doesn't make sense to do realignment and then have to go right back and deal with competitive balance. So I can tell you that the superintendent's group has been very vocal about this. If just as an example for the group in the room here, there is a charter school that is in a region. They're in 2A. They're in 2A division, and every school in their region forfeited their games against this team because they didn't feel like they had a chance to be competitive. And so that team, of course, won the region 6-0 without playing a single football game. So it's gotten to that point where teams are that frustrated. I'll give you another example. Same charter school beat a public school in that region in soccer. I want to say it was boys soccer. It was 14-0. And there were injuries. And so the coaches said, we're not doing that anymore. So that's what's really going on. You don't want, I think any coach is up for the challenge. Our coaches in the room, they'll tell you they're up for any challenge in front of them. But what they don't want to see is their kids and student athletes humiliated. And I think that's really what is at issue here. It's one thing to be competitive, but it's another thing to be going up against players that are from across the state and the best of the best. If you look at large high schools, our coaches in the room here, they have
about 1,000 kids to pull 60 kids from. High schools in Florida have 4,000 students, and they pull 60 kids. So you can imagine the level of skill that's happening there. That's really what's going on with these charter and private schools, is that they may have low enrollment, but a very high percentage of skilled athletes that have been pulled from other places. So I just wanted to give you an update. There's no answers, but I can promise you there's a lot of conversations. There are several bills that have been introduced on this issue as well. It is American Education Week, so it is a time to again celebrate our folks that take care of our students, and that is our teachers primarily, but also our TAs and our custodians and our food service and all the folks, the front office people that are there, for our children and parents when they walk in the door. So American Education Week, we want to make sure that we celebrate that. I had mentioned the local law enforcement community forum that is tomorrow night at 7 p.m. at Coker. I'm looking forward to hopefully hearing some solutions at that. And I'm going to mention this. The Post and Courier has gotten very involved. The Charleston Post and Courier has gotten very involved in the PD recently. And so they are really trying to get involved with the schools, and they've started this academic achiever program where they are recognizing, I know Audrey's saying, but they recognize high performing academic students. And all I can say is that I think in the very near future, within about 10 days, we'll hear about somebody very close to us that resides in Darlington County that is going to get that award. I can't tell you the name tonight because it's embargoed. But I am encouraged. My point is that at least the Post and Courier is trying to do something to acknowledge successes. There's plenty of bad news in the newspaper. I think we all know that. But finding ways to celebrate our students and celebrate their successes. I'm glad to be a part of it, and glad to say that I think I know somebody that's really close to us that may have won that award this past month too. So stay tuned. That's all I have for the superintendent's update.
Okay. Board member input, and Audrey's not here to start us out. So I'm gonna start her on this side. I'm gonna let you guys. Jamie, start us out.
I'm good.
Randy?
All right, I guess I go first. I'm going to be honest, I don't have a whole lot to share tonight. I guess always I have to say thank you to our principals that are here tonight, to all our principals that aren't here tonight, to the coaches, to everybody that touches our students' lives, and in the spirit of American Education Week, thank you to everybody that is part of the school community. Every single person makes a difference. And plays a part in the success of our children. And then also just acknowledging, the comments at the beginning about safety. I feel it as a parent with children in the district. I have, a child at Mayo that went through that experience, and it reminds us all what can happen. And a lot did go right that day, and I thank so many people, and the way the teachers handled things, really, really great how things were handled. But I challenge us to think about what else we can do to continue. And I know this is tough, and it's not the school's fault, but that's my child in that building, and so I feel you, and so I just want you to know that I'm thinking about how we can do that, and I'm challenging the district to continue to think about that, and they're doing a great job thinking about as well, coming up with plans on how to continue to address that. So just know that, we too feel that anxiety, and I've watched my kids go through active shooter drills from the time they were in kindergarten, which is just makes me want to cry. But I get the anxiety that the kids are under, and we want to do what's right for our students and for our schools. So just want you to know I'm thinking about that as well.
Is it?
That's all.
And I
All
think
right, go ahead.
we're all concerned about safety for our kids. They're our most important asset, and we're gonna do everything we can to make sure they are safe. Don't know there's a 100% foolproof thing out there, but we're gonna do everything we can to, as a board, to make sure they are safe. Attended an induction ceremony for Lamar 4-H Club the other day, and I found out they have the largest 4-H club in the state, which is hard to believe. So I was proud of that, and I'm sure probably nobody in this room knows that. Maybe Dr. Newman, I don't know. I think I told him.
I think you told me.
But I thought that was, pretty
That's
neat.
incredible.
Really. Incredible, really, for a small school to have that many members. And how about our vacancies? How are we today?
23.
23?
And certainly manageable. And there's some things coming down the road that are going to be really good news for us in the short term. So we'll talk more about that.
And I'd like to just wish everyone a happy Thanksgiving. Hope y'all have a good break and ready to come back. Okay.
All right, Mr. Goodman.
Along the lines of the American Education Week, just as information, our chapter of the Omega Psi Phi fraternity has adopted Hartsfield Middle School because of the issues that are going on in this country and in the state. We really feel like the middle school is a grade level that we need to probably concentrate on with mentoring, etc. So because of that, we had to start somewhere. So we started with Hartsfield Middle. And this week, we're going to go to Hartsfield Middle on Wednesday, and then we're going to meet with the parents and teachers and students Wednesday evening. We also are going to feed the entire staff and faculty on Friday, and then we're going to do a health initiative with Dr. Robertson spearheading it. And just to say this, Eddie, no, we didn't forget about Hartsfield Miller, but we had to start somewhere.
Appreciate it.
That's it.
All right, Mr. Green, you don't have anything. I just got a couple things. I just like to piggyback off what Dr. Morgan said about the Post and Courier now having a presence in our area. I think we, like a lot of small communities, are suffering from our loss of local reporting and the lack of a local newspaper and a daily newspaper, and all news then becomes national news. And so I think this is a good sign for our area that that we now have a paper that's here that's interested in our local happenings, and so I encourage that and I'm very pleased to see that. Also want to thank Carolina Elementary School. They had a Veterans Day program that Ms. Gore and I attended, and it was just as cute as it could be, and I appreciated the invite and appreciated the efforts that those students put into that program. It was pretty impressive there. They did a good job. Dr. Niven was there. We also attended with Warren and Mandy. We all went to the DCIT Business Forum, and our biggest problem that we have at DCIT is that it is not big enough, and we need a bigger place to have more programming. And I think it was just very encouraging to see the number of small businesses in our community who came out and were meeting with our instructors there, and that type of networking is exactly what we need to keep that facility open and thriving, which it currently is. I think there were over 600 students that are attending this year, and so very, very good program there. I too would like to thank our staff and our law enforcement who responded to the event here that we had at school. We practice all these drills, and et cetera, and you just don't know what will happen when an incident occurs. And you can't prepare for every scenario that may happen. And I just really, really want to thank the teachers, the staff, and law enforcement who all responded in the best possible way. I know it was traumatic and it was not what we want our children to have to experience. No child should have to go through that, but unfortunately this is where we are in this current time frame. And so unfortunately it wasn't a matter of if, it's a matter of when that these things occur. And we did everything right, thankfully. Unfortunately, we did have a loss of life, and we'll continue to pray for that family and their recovery. But thank you again to our staff and Dr. Noon for your leadership through that. Good job. It's what you wanted to hear on the other side, that everything went right.
That's one thing. Congratulations to Darlington, Hartsel, and Lamar football team for making the playoffs. First time Darlington's been there in several years. They've done a good job.
8 years? That deserves a round of applause. Good job there, guys.
And Lamar will be playing Friday night in the third round.
All right, so that's all we have today. Let's move on to our personnel actions. We've got some personnel action there. Can I get a motion to approve?
Madam Chair, I make a motion to approve personnel action.
And a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? And that passes. And now we'll move into our executive session. Can I get a motion to move into executive session?
Madam Chair, I move that we go into executive session to discuss personnel issues as well as contractual issues
And our,
and our superintendent's evaluation.
okay, can I get a second? Warren, got a second? All in favor? Anyone opposed? Motion carries. just didn't have to vote on everything, we could get out of here quickly, you know? Come out of executive session and we'll entertain any motions. We had a motion to come out of executive by Mr. Govan, seconded by Mr. Reed. I'll entertain any motions coming out of executive session. Whichever you want to go. It's your show.
Madam Chair, after hearing the board members' comments regarding Dr. Newman's performance, I move that the board recognize Dr. Newman has overall met or exceeded district expectations on his evaluation for the 22-23 school year. As a result of Dr. Newman's overall satisfactory evaluation, the board authorizes an amendment to Dr. Newman's employment contract with the district, terms to which were reviewed and discussed with the board during the executive session, which advised for, among other things, a 1-year extension to his contract through June 30th, 2026, and a 2% plus step increase in his annual salary effective July 1, 2023.
Do I get a second on that motion?
Second.
All in favor? Aye. Aye. Anyone opposed? Motion carries. You have another motion.
I have another one. We have been very fortunate financially these past few years, and as a result, we appreciate all of our staff and personnel. With all of this having been said and in mind, we are thankful that again this year we will be able to give our full-time employees a $1,000 Christmas bonus and our part-time employees a $500 bonus.
Have a motion on the table. Can I have a second?
I'll second.
All in favor? Aye. Motion carries. Do I have a motion to adjourn?
So moved.
Second. All in favor? Meeting is adjourned.